Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on whereabouts in the world you are. I hope you're having a phenomenal day so far. And welcome to our Farthest Frontier Friday stream, which is a catch-up stream. It is, in fact, a Thursday. And let's get ourselves underway. There's been a huge update for Farthest Frontier. The big update was version 0.9.2. And there's been two hot fixes, 0.9.2a and 0.9.2b, since the update. And it is all the details of those are on the links down below on YouTube. So without further ado, let's get ourselves underway. So this is New Dirtville. If you've been watching the series, you'll be familiar. We've got a few farms off to the west side, and a forested area that we've not really been doing a huge amount with. And then we've got our central area where we have our trading centre, town hall and entertainment. And we've been expanding our residential areas out to the southeast and starting to build those city walls, although we are a long way off. We've also got our industrial area over here, which I'd love to be within our city walls, which is why we've got this L shape here, and we'll pull that out and go across. But there's been a lot added. There's new mounted units now. There's cavalry, there's pikemen, there's all sorts that I've never played with before. So we're going to try giving this a go. Need winter feedstock. I'll come back to that. We have shed loads of winter feedstock. Maybe we need to have a look through the buildings. And then we've got a mining area here as well with a mountain in the middle of the city. So we may do some changing around. So first things first, we've got a travelling merchant. We'll see if we can get that sorted. Get ourselves a little bit more gold in. A little bit gold poor. Hey, His Royal Hairiness, how are you? Mod of Legend. Lovely to have you here, my friend. I am super tempted to buy all that stone. We transfer another 25 of those baskets over. Might be skating a wee bit close to the wind. Good time zone, say Sol. Lovely to have you here, Sol. About thanks. Today feels like a day I want to procrastinate my way through, but I have stuff to do. I know that feeling. Oh, bad words. A raid camp's attacked our villagers. We really need to get out and deal with that at some point. It's just sitting over on that side. A child's grown up. We've had 4 new villagers born. So I'm in the market for more clay. Really any core material that I can buy that means I don't have to use our villagers to go and get it would be ideal, because it lets me move villagers to more productive jobs, and we've got a lot of city walls to build. Ooh. Sorry. As you may be able to hear, I'm still getting over the dreaded lurgy, just a week old. There are new buildings. That's new, a new chicken coop. And a goat barn. What else is new here? The cavalry stable. Which we need a stable first, which is in resource production. The stable horse can be raised for the training of horsemen and lancers. Horses must be purchased from a visiting trader at the trading post. Okay, well, I don't really have a good place to stick a stable at the moment. What I should have done first was check. Does it have any negative? It does reduce desirability, so maybe we stick it out over this way a little bit. So not towards too much of our housing. Let's... And then under defenses, I think that needs to be... Oh, we've already got a barracks, I believe. Yeah, we've got our barracks. So your default guys are heavy infantry now. That's pretty cool. And you can recruit archers, light infantry, heavy infantry, and pikemen. And pikemen have additional damage against cavalry. Hey, Rogans. Not really feeling much better today, but at least able to breathe properly. So there's that. Hey, Laz. At some point today, Outer Worlds, an Obsidian Entertainment sci-fi shooter RPG in the vein of Fallout et al. Will be offered free on Epic. Yeah, I really enjoyed Outer Worlds. It's a pretty awesome game, so if you can get it free on Epic, even better. So, what other resource production do we have here? Why can't we hire pikemen? I think is actually the question I'm actually looking for the answer to. A fort's required. Okay. So is that under defenses now? Theatre, apothecary shop, library. Let's get ourselves underway. Oh, you need more bricks to be able to upgrade. Hey Doc, how are you, my friend? How are we actually doing for coal at the moment? Alright, we're going to up our brick production and buy quite a bit. Let's see if we can buy any more clay. So we'll let them finish upgrading the large barn and start to get ourselves set up with our new stable build site over there. I just want to make sure we don't have too many building sites we're not actually doing anything with. You're okay there, chap. You're looking a bit lost. We have just played through with our city we already had up and running from the version before, so there may be some interesting derps with some of the updates. City. Hamlet. All right, our villagers are pretty happy. We are looking a little bit light on the food front. There we go. Okay, our food stores are going up a little bit. Not really very much thanks to anything we're doing, although we do have some wheat growing over on this side. We should really start specializing our fields a little bit. Oh, our upgrade's done to our barn now. That's good. We're going to see a drop in meat production here just for a little bit. Just out of interest. I mean, what if we did just add... Not what I meant to do. I'm wondering how it would affect the birth rate if we added more people to this. But I feel like we should really be looking at chickens. How annoying are chickens to be near? Pretty annoying. Yep, that seems accurate. There's a goat barn as well. So they're not going to be able to work until we can find a trader that will sell us horses. So it works the same way as the cattle barns. That you need initial cattle to be able to get those to run. So it may not be until next year that we start to see some of that come through. I have to do some leveling there, I think. To even be able to get a gate in. You can't spawn cows out of thin air? Well, if your air is full of cows, it might be pretty thick. Let's see, our clay reserves are starting to fall again. Not surprising, since we've got no one working in the clay pits, but you know. Although I think we've got another clay pit over here that we'll also have no one working. Yep, that sounds about right. So one of the bits of work that we have done on the upgrades is we've upgraded one of the blacksmith's workshops. And we've got a planned upgrade for the foundry as well. To make us significantly more efficient. Oh, that's cool. Heavy weapons there. Predators are attacking. Do they mean Waggly's attacking the wildlife again? There's Highland Tracker with a crossbow and ermine there. Well, I hate that aesthetic. Let's be deleting some of these things. You live and learn. So you have to buy chicken and goats. Yes. Same with horses. Actually, the right way of doing this, because I don't want to level everything, I just want to level those squares, is going to be to level some of these individually, because we want we don't care about leveling the land. We don't want a huge flat bit taken out of a mountain. What we do want to do, though, is flatten these enough that a fence can be erected on it, even if they're at slightly different heights. There we go. Yeah, you can have cavalry now, Doc. So we have stables here ready to go. Right, one moment. I'm having a coffee made with a coffee bag today. One moment. Okay, the labourers are getting the work done. We're doing okay for monthly gold income as well. I'm a bit concerned about how terrible our rat catcher is over here. Considering this is the area that most of our food is stored in. Hey, CK, how are you?
Just subscribed. Good morning. Afternoon, I guess.
If you haven't already checked it out, CK's written a brief article on Gaming Buzz about all the new updates as well. There. Well, we've got the stable built. We're just waiting for someone to come and sell us some horses. And we've also got the chicken coop built as well. Okay. I don't know if we want to expand our grazing area at all. So I'm thinking we'll do this by double. Hang on, if I move... There we go. We've got some fencing going up around where the coop's going to be. So the way we treat some of our villagers, a coup would not be unexpected either. It's going to take a while to build this. I think we're going to have to bit by bit. What? Why is there a dead person just lying in the middle of our path? They're not going to get paid anymore if they're dead. Oh, no, she's not dead. She's just drunk. Love you too, Laz. So the question is, how far do we want to move our walls over? Right, that should give us a good chunk of gold, and we'll spend maybe 100 of it back on 200 of it back on sand. That'll save us having to put anyone into a sand pit. Ooh, Gilda's coin purse. Soldiers' upkeep costs reduced by 30%. That actually seems like it could be huge for us, because how much are soldiers? And that's a pretty decent chunk it would save us over time. Shielding coats provide armor. No one's selling us horses yet. So we can request that they bring horses with them next time they visit, but they'll charge us a premium for them. So let's try it with chickens. And then we'll get our horses in. And apologies in advance if I'm quiet for a little bit. It may be because I'm muting quite a lot for coughing at the moment. And other undesirable noises you wouldn't want to hear, which I know my voice is one of those. But if I've been quiet for a little while, feel free to just ping me in chat and I'll make sure I'm not muted. I may have just had a change of heart about how much sand we're going to buy. Enter the Sandman. Right. Because that will allow us to do more preservation if we can get more glassware being made. We don't currently have the pops for it, but maybe we'll do soon. Are you still selling snake oil? Yes. Hey Bolts, how are you, my friend? Lovely to have you here. If you're not already following Flying Bolts, you most definitely should do at twitch.tv/flyingbolts. We used a huge amount of that stone. We have a lot of building work going on here. I think it will let me. There we go. So clean up this corner, because although I quite like the aesthetic of the road curving, I would quite like more to have more defenses in this corner. Right, I'm just trying to make sure we've got a priority build site around the lookout towers. Right, I'm 15 bricks short of a foundry. That does sound like a bit of an insult. But I'm going to upgrade a foundry first, because then I can close one foundry and move all of the people to another, more efficient one. And then as we get the money together, we can do the next one. And then after that, we can start working on an upgraded armory, which will allow us to produce additional item recipes. Okay. Hey Simon, how goes it? Do you have 2 dudes in every tower? The second soldier doesn't cost any money, or at least doesn't cost extra upkeep prior to the update. I don't at the moment, and I also, more because I'm labour constrained than anything else. But when under attack, we can very quickly scale up the soldiers. Hey Russ. Good lazy day. Is this more Age of Empires or Civ? Neither. It's more of a medieval city builder. It's like Banished, but if Banished was finished. And it's still getting lots of updates. It's just had a major update. We're at version, it's in early access at the moment. It's version 0.9.2. Priority as well. I think that might be a wee bit too close to that watchtower. I mean, you may not be a million miles away from having enough troops to go and deal with that bandit camp. I think what I might do is bring our initial city walls in and across this way. The irony of the foundry not having enough iron. That's a problem. Right, so you can only request one item at a time for the merchant bring, because this is a new mechanic. So that's interesting. The irony. Thanks, Kane. I should have steeled myself better against these metal-based puns. Or I could not. Right, we can probably speed ourselves up a little bit because we don't have any. Well, we do have lots of problems. However, none of which speeding up the game will cause problems with. So we're going to select the build site and prioritize that build site as well. Yeah, I think I'm going to put some extra gates in. Oh, absolutely. More immigrants are more good. I'm going to say that site is urgent. Put this in. This just so we can get soldiers to the defenses faster when we are attacked. We are a million miles away from this being a defensible city, but for now it's doing okay. I don't think that's a problem, because the reason they're complaining is there's none of the trees are finished growing yet. That's not a problem. You see, we've already grown some rather large forests within our walls. Almost done at work. See you in a wee bit. See you in a wee bit, Doc. Right. Right, I'm actually going to pull all of our people out of that blacksmith just for now and disable it, and put them into this foundry to see if we can get our iron up fast enough. We're out of stone even after we bought all of that stone. We probably need to do more for food as well. Lad says, it's a flanker-led city. It was never going to be well-governed, let alone defensible. That is fair. How... Bad words. Apparently it's not just the sick burns from lads that got me, but also from my coffee, because I took the lid off. Like an empty. Okay, the wall is slowly getting there. Now we need to slow down. Right. Holy cow. That is some expensive... That is incredibly expensive. Okay, so we should have horses arriving soon, TM there. I like the new arrows they've added for raiders. Hey Mark, how are you? And we're being attacked by cavalry. No. They should really quit horsing around. I know, right? Oh, new merchants arrived. Excellent. Well, as you can see, we've got nothing much going on, so why not? Let's... They destroyed our barracks. No. However, our soldiers are doing a lot more damage out on foot than they were in the barracks, but they're also taking damage as well. I'm not sure what's happening here, but sure. Yeah, I'd run away if I was dead as well. Oh, that's going to use all of our horses. Oh wow, she's already mounted the steed and is immediately attacking here. And she's got nothing but a tiny dagger. She needs to go and get armor and a sword. But we have cavalry. Oof. Okay, well, our cavalry didn't last very long. Alright, you lot. Let's go en masse. Wrecked indeed.
ITSDR placebo cheered X1. It was at this point Flanker realized that he flipped out.
Reasonable. Well, that was painful, but we have managed to get enough iron together to let us upgrade our foundry and our armory. They didn't manage to get away with anything. We killed half their number, but that new cavalry really hurts. So you have to think about that. Well, we're going to have to wait a little bit. We'll pull all of our people out of our stables because the horses we have are now our only troops in our cavalry stable. Why are they idle? I think that might be bugged. Because we have shed loads of firewood. All right. We'll leave our charcoal kilns off for a little while. They may be bugs. So we have had this through several major updates, so it may be a bug.
Lazao is cheered X2. Come on Flanker, get them the tools they need to help you defend.
Right. So I have just had a look for you, Mark. So we need to get above 500 subscribers for memberships. And I think that gets us super chats as well. And 3,000 watch hours. The 3,000 watch hours we're over. Our 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours to have all of the options available to us. Well, yeah, yes. Well, what we need to do is work out how to very quickly cannot equip shields, heavy weapons, halberds, and plate mail. A fort is required to train this unit. Right, let's ramp our brick production up then. So ramp our iron production up as well. They all seem to be doing things at the moment. Well, if everyone in our community Discord subbed to the channel, Mark, I think we would probably be there already. Looking at the stats, but without putting a huge amount of focused effort into it, yes, I think we're probably a while away. We need more bricks. Also, the confusion of Twitch subs versus YouTube subs. Yes. Yeah, because subbing on YouTube costs nothing, and YouTube calls their subscriber thing channel memberships. Whereas Twitch calls it subscriptions. Try and set up a new farm just in case. Right, so I'm upping our production at candle shops, upping our shoes production, and I may actually up our basket production as well. And I'm also going to increase our farm production over here, hopefully. So we'll be short of labourers, but I'm really focusing on getting our bricks made, because bricks will allow us to upgrade the foundry here. And also our barracks to a fort, which I think will give us better soldiers. We can but hope. I'm umming and ahhing about taking this house down to fit a second barracks here as one of our defences as well. You're not playing Farthest Frontier, says Wanderer. Sorry, Wanderer. It took me ages to see that. Yeah, more's the pity. Farthest Frontier looked really good. Because that would defeat all raiders having bears on horseback. New mouse mats arrived with the gel wrist support. Much more comfortable, doesn't smell. Glad to hear it. I don't normally recommend mouse pads with integrated gel wrist rests. I normally advocate for having a mouse mat and then a separate wrist rest. So you can position it to where you want it to be in relation to how you use your mouse and your PC. But whatever works for you, sir. I think this might be new as well, the veterancy. Did you see the news about Amazon grocery stores that had no checkout? Yes, I did. And as someone that worked on a couple of projects using machine vision for checkout or advised retailers on what the future of that sort of thing looked like, I am not in the slightest surprised. Because no matter how many cameras you have, how much coverage you have, the reason they had the stupid big QR codes on the top of some of the food packages was because not all angles work well. Tracking the individual around the store is relatively trivial. Tracking the items they put in their basket was far less so. And I think that they could achieve the same thing and what I was advocating for in a significantly easier way. And there are downsides to it as well. But that you could use instead of utilizing machine vision, which, you know, there are some positives too. They could have used gates and RFID tags. Or they could have used machine vision in carts, which is a far more controlled environment, or just using scanners and carts. And there's far easier ways to verify those. Things like if you use machine vision on a cart, so effectively your cart price goes up because you're using some webcams and some lights to scan the items. You can do a verification through checkout. So your checkout process is make people put any bags they want to put into their carts. They can pack their shopping as they go into the cart. They can scan items as they put them in, and you can verify the weight of the entirety of the cart to compare that to your expected weights for those products and produce. And that would give you a still seamless checkout process where you're not having to self-checkout. And you can exception manage, so where there is something off, you can have a member of staff go over it and help. But there was quite a lot of machine vision in it, but there was also a lot of... There aren't good training models for that sort of data. So the problem that they probably had, and the reason they had to use hundreds of people in a low labor cost market to actually do the calculations, is that your exception management when you're doing machine vision is very hard to sort out, because even as a human, you're going to have to spend a ridiculous amount of time watching back the footage to check what they had, and you've got no secondary verification. So no putting it down the scale or walking it through a gate or anything else. So you're kind of just guessing at it, which is why the concept won't scale particularly well and why they're withdrawing it. Although not everywhere. It's going to be kept in the UK and some stadium stores, I believe. But they spent a huge amount on camera coverage, and and is the common thing with self-checkout I think I've spoken about before. Stores that do really well out of having self-checkout are stores that then redeploy those staff helpfully elsewhere and still provide good checkout options for those that can't or would prefer not to use self-checkout. Stores that do really badly out of it are stores that cut staffing levels, because the reality is checkout does suck the entirety of some roles in larger stores to checking people out. But you look at the total number of roles in a supermarket, there's way more money in stocking shelves and making sure everything's well produced, well lit, and well maintained. But yes, they for those that didn't see it, I'll see if I can find an article. In news, let's go there. I really don't want to link to that publication. Please tell me someone else has a better version. Also, those smart carts are something I was advocating for retailers to use 5 years ago. There are better versions of them. So the downside of using RFID, which is the best version from a customer experience perspective, because it almost feels like magic, and also great for a stock checking, because in RFID you can code more than just the product. You can code in the batch number, the expiry date, or the sell by date, and you can literally walk down an aisle with a scanner in your hand and it will do the count for you as individual items. It's really cool tech. It's used if you see stock keeping labels on products. Those normally have an RFID chip in it. The downside is that they add cost. So an RFID label Let's have a look from, say, Zebra. So a 60 by 25 printable white material, 400 per roll. To be fair, that's on metal. That's very expensive. Asset number. Those are ridiculous. So it's not like Zebra are a particularly cheap supplier. I'm just having a look through their price list at the moment. So RFID labels can be as much as 15 cents per label. They normally around the 7 cents. Well, 7 to 15 cents. And that's the retail price, the price you'd expect for a retailer to pay. So they can do some really interesting stuff. But what you've got to work out is how big is a cart, how many items are in it, and what's the benefit of it, and also what's the cost of the waste. And what's the range that you need them to work at. If you get people to walk through checkout gates, the range doesn't need to be that great. If you get people to... If you're just trying to do it from like a... pick up anywhere, walk out anywhere, that is far more problematic. And you could also put RFID labels within a cart, and it will pick up or verify against the weight as well. And smart carts can have scales built in as well, but they all push the cost up of having those carts or baskets, and you limit yourself to the number of shoppers you can have by the number of carts you can have. And there are other solutions. Motorola's handhelds are a solution that exists today that are used in Waitrose, and I think they've been used in Asda. But again, like, those solutions work at their best if there's an additional level of verification done with them. Damn. I don't think I can build that fast enough to get those. We'll see. But the challenge with a lot of it is, how do you make it not creepy? And using machine vision for checkout rather than a loyalty card or another methodology means they're going to have to store your biometrics. And how much do you trust companies to store your biometrics? Because even with the best companies in the world that are doing their level best to look after your data, the reality is that data will get stolen at some point. And is the trade-off for a slightly faster shopping experience worth having your biometric data stolen? So, for a little bit of background, I worked on a product which we still have some IP for around like identification within a store of individuals that wasn't actually based on having them in the database. It was just tracking them around knowing that individual was in the store and around the store, and then we didn't need that information afterwards. So we deleted it. But that was a very small project. And there are so many bigger problems in retail to solve than the checkout process. The checkout process is relatively painless and is a pretty solved problem. And I think RFID is definitely the way to go if you are selling goods that have a value higher than $1 or $2. I don't think that very much like to buy this stuff. Oh, game, please. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I want. Want to take more of our gold out of the town storage. 16 days. Are we going to manage that? Oh, they've not even dug the foundation. Yeah, let's not. Well, in that case, let's buy 40 bricks there. $250 clay. Okay, that's going to do okay for us for clay. I'm a bit worried about our winter food stores. I'm going to turn this back on because we now have food to mill. And I'm overpaying a bit for this, but... Oh, bad words. Let's go for... Let's strengthen our grain stores just a wee bit. I know it's not exciting, but there you go. But yeah, Mark, it's interesting. I don't think people realize quite how much technology requires that manual work in the background to get things done and to train data models. It's the reason that data models cost millions and millions and millions to train, is that good quality data, particularly for things that are industry specific, requires you to go through and provide masses and masses and masses of data to train those machines. And if you are trying to use real world data sets, then you have to verify that data with a human being. Otherwise, your data model will be trash. Right. That is unfortunate because I really don't want to get rid of that housing. However, we'll build 2 additional shelters over here. But it's going to dint our tax income by a little bit. But this should allow us there we go. To build another barracks on the other side. Everyone expects things to work, says Marl, but these things are just tools you need to figure out how to make it work for your application setting. Yeah, definitely. I think also there's been this huge trend to using technology or looking to technology as being the only answer to the problem, right? And not really thinking through why you're using technology or how. And technology very often is the answer, but making sure you're using the right technology for the application is a huge part of how good the outcomes are going to be. And also making sure that you're using it in such a way that makes sense for you and your application. Which is a very long way of saying, don't be creepy. That fort is such a cool building. Damn it. Every time we get close, someone starts using the iron. How dare they? If we get the opportunity to buy iron, I think we're just going to have to do it. I design on Twitch say, good day, Mr. Flankers. Have you freed yourself from the lurgy? Not yet, but I am currently drinking coffee and eating menthol lozenges while using the mute button liberally to hopefully mean you don't have to hear any of that. Ooh. Absolutely do that, because that will suddenly mean we can upgrade this. Is this with the new update? Yes. Although we've continued on save game in our last... We've gone back to save at the start, because after a raid we did seem to have all our farms just stop working, which was interesting. It's a bit unfortunate I'm not going to get the tools over in time to be able to sell them, because otherwise I absolutely would. And even that price is still pretty good, truth be told. So I need the money to be able to upgrade all of our items. You know what? I'm going to do that, because we're not going to be able to sell them. This trade's not buying them. So we actually need a lot of gold for this as well. Don't love selling our wooden planks, but they're a renewable resource for us, and we need gold because it costs 1,000 gold per upgrade to upgrade our other buildings. Right, so a little bit of shenanigans there. What I've been doing is moving our jobs from our less efficient smaller buildings we haven't upgraded yet to the ones we have upgraded, and also doing our best to get the brick production up as quickly as we can. We'll see how well this actually goes. But I think we're probably going to need more mines to really be efficient there. So I'm umming and ahhing, trying to flatten this area here. And see if we can send more people down the mines. Do you have iron? Yes. Yeah, that's our iron mine there. I'm just having a look. If we go down to gathered and mined, we're consuming more iron than we're producing at the moment, which I would like to change. The building mods in this game are really good, says Matt. Yes, I agree. They are very pretty. How much raw materials this clay pit got left? Oh, loads. Okay. Okay, let's see. What have we got merchant-wise? Oh, I'll happily sell those. Less happily sell those. How quickly? That's good. More livestock being born. I'm going to close down our stable just for now. Just to free up a little bit of population. Until we actually have horses, there's not a lot of point in us, so... do that. That's a problem. It's not a lot, but it's food, and if we end up with the same starving problem, that's going to be a problem. Can you imagine the poor I have to live in a place run by him? Just backspace me now. Wow, how are you, physics? Lovely to have you here, bud. Okay, we now know the village is being raided. Being raided by 117 raiders. Rip us then, I suppose. One moment. I hope those raiders do a good job of liberating these people from Flanker's evil clutches. Wow. I need to get all those people out of the fields right now. Well, the fort's definitely a worthwhile upgrade. The amount of damage it was doing. We killed 96 of their number. $97. This is slightly on a hill. It's doing way more damage. Wouldn't run that way, buddy. A 105 of them were killed. I think we lost one villager. There we go. Just trying to remember whether we did actually update the number of people making candles. Yep. I might update that again soon. Do we actually have a usable goods? Does that include wax? Is that under agriculture? I reckon we could double. It's under resources, maybe? Alright, people do not care whether they live next to a candle shop or not. Even though that's really expensive, I would love to buy some of that. Let's do it. Oh, 2. Damn. Lost 2 to the Raiders. The rest of us are going to have to wait. We're not going to be able to get it done. Okay. What we should do, though, is upgrade that well. Put 2 more potters in the pottery building. And get the roads and fencing for this new development done. very short on labourers. Well, maybe not quite as short as I thought. 5 labourers short. That's not terrible. Be a bit worse once we get our other candle maker fully staffed. How much does that chandler make? 48. So I'm going to remove the people from the clay pits. We've got some clay. We just have to keep an eye on that level. Ooh, that plate mail armor looks awesome. Ooh, that's cool. That's a new crop for us. Hay. We'll see how that works. Grown solely as feed for animals such as chickens, cows, goats and horses. Well, if we're hoping to get all of our farms working soon, TM, it would make sense for us to get some of that done. Right, what I'm trying to understand is whether this is hard capped. It doesn't look like it. I thought we were at 250. It might be a hard cap. It looks like actually we can produce more. Because we have loads of coal production down here. Let's pause this just for a second, just while I figure out what we're doing with this corner. And if we put the gates on that side primarily, it means we do get attacked, then hopefully they'll run away rather than running towards a gate. And resources. Extra well or two. Right. And then we had our trader ring the bell. So look. I will absolutely sell you all of that beer. They're the first trader of the season. Let's let it play for a little bit longer. It would be quite nice if we could buy a load of chickens. We'll see whether that actually plays out for us, though. But I wouldn't mind buying literally all of this iron ore. Because it lets us produce tools and other items that give us a lot more income. Okay, let's pause up just while I look at the difference between the merchants. I'll happily sell you. You know, I think I'll take as much of that as we can afford. How are we doing on coal production versus our use? Hey, cool. Let's get this other trader. I'm going to buy all of the clay as well. Transfer that out. That might even allow us to get another industry underway. So what they produced them last year? 10 tools, 5 weapons, 3 heavy weapons, and 4 heavy tools. And how are we doing on our iron? Well, iron ore is almost... I think our production of iron ore is only just keeping pace with our... with our consumption. And our iron ingots, we're producing slightly more we're consuming, but not by a lot. So let's see if we can upgrade this foundry as well. And maybe then start looking for a gold mine. I am a bit worried about our food in general, though. One, two. Hey, play to lose. What difficulty are you playing? I honestly can't remember. I don't know if something you check in the menus. Probably not on the hardest difficulty though. I think we went for the middle of the road. Well, that's what we tend to do. How's your day going, by the way? Lovely to have you here. A new forest is starting to come along a bit. Doing good. Glad to hear it. I'm quite worried about our food, I'm going to be honest. A village has been stricken with frostbite in the summertime. Excellent. Well played, that man. That's Here he is, a Phantom package teaser. I will send you that package this week, Jam. I was waiting on extra things to come through. How are you doing, my friend? If you're not already following Nomadic Jam, you definitely should do at twitch.tv/Nomadic Jam. There you go. Riggedy Rect says, what a difficulty. I think it's whatever the middle of the road difficulty was. I honestly can't remember. This game has been ongoing for, we only tend to play once a week This is a catch-up. This is a Farthest Frontier Friday on a Thursday. So I caught up before we got to this week's Friday. But I think it was about 2 or 3 months ago that we set this up. So it's fine. I just don't know what it is. And you could be Satan. I mean, yes. I'm actually hoping we've kind of done a bit of a push into the basket weaving industry. Transfer items. I'm going to aim to have 200 of those in our trading post. So we've gone one basket weaver to 6. 7, sorry. Because they seem to do okay for us in terms of we are thankfully have quite a lot of willow nearby. So being able to turn that from a 2 gold item to an up to 40 gold item is super useful. Right, that is now a panicking problem. Also, why honey doesn't count as food is very frustrating because it's incredibly high calories. And we currently have, well, no food. So, this is going to suck. Not going to help our fertility at all, but we need to do more to get more food in. I might have to swap out flax on some of our fields as well. How's things? Not bad. I'm slowly getting over the dreaded lurgy, which meant that I couldn't actually go travelling yesterday because I didn't want to go and give the lurgy to someone I was going to meetings with. So, we are going to be growing a shed load of peas. And the one thing we might have going for us, I don't know how much. We do have some grain in some of these. Okay. So it's not quite as bad as it looks because our bakeries will be able to make... our pubs aren't providing entertainment because we're exporting all of our beer. Because we did do some grain growing, we do have flour being produced, which then goes to the bakeries, which is the only thing that's saving our bacon right now. I'm sure your 18-hour stream was really good for your cold. I was kind of hoping that I would just... my normal approach to dealing with being ill is to ignore it and just get on with my day. I'm a terrible patient for sitting around and doing nothing and getting rest. That, unfortunately, did not work, so... part of it was because I didn't think I was going to be able to sleep anyway, so I thought, well, I'll stay up and... Well, that is a terrible trip. I'm not shocked that was your answer. I didn't think you would be, sir. Yeah, I'm really bad at being a patient. But apparently, illness is not something you just ignore. So I'm reliably informed by my very frustrated wife. And as some from the community would probably see as a benefit, currently I'm muting up far more often for coughing fits. Plans are safe putting up with you. Yes, there is no disagreement here, sir. And how are you today, Jem? What have you got planned for your day, sir? Hopefully you're not catching the seasonal lurgy. Let's try it. Pre-stock as much as I can before the merchants arrive. Definitely in the market for a shed load more stone. Ah, excellent. How are we doing for labourers? Okay, well in that case, let's ramp up the smelting. Right, let's go looking for a gold mine. There we go. It's a deep gold deposit. Oh my. Yeah, you did, bad words. 1 second. Apologies there. Right. I hope you shake this entirely self-inflicted fatigue by the end of the week. You've been doing a very good impression of a Sleep Jabba the Hutt. Love it. Did a small stream, prepped some wall tiles for putting back on the wall. And ate some lunch at the... And I'm now yawning every 30 seconds. Sounds like a productive day, sir. Is that going to let me? Right, and I think we need amenities and services. We need a housing and storage. There we go. In addition to the gold mine, we'll put a wagon up there to allow us to more efficiently bring the stuff back. Why is the beer always gone? Because we're selling it. They talked about having a tier 5 last year, but it looks like they're now going to be doing that. I mean, I think they've mentioned that quite a lot in the last update with the varieties of soldiers. I don't know, it's not for everyone if you're not, because you can turn this off to be just a peaceful village building sim. You can turn the barbs off completely. But they've added chickens, goats, horses, cavalry. And the different types of soldiers now, with the pikemen, heavy infantry, archers, and light infantry. So I think they've added quite a lot, even without adding the extra tier level. They still seem to be doing a lot to add some depth to the game, which I think is really cool. We are so unbelievably short on stone still. This smeltery seems to be doing pretty well for us though. 310 iron produced in the last year. Hopefully this obviously not existed for as long. So, let's see if we can get that. That'll be 600 iron. Although I think we're probably going to have a bit of a problem with that soon TM. As we are probably outproducing or outusing our coal. Yeah. So we may have to import some coal. We have upped our production a little bit. turning firewood into coal. We'll see if that helps much. The crop loss disease wouldn't normally bother me, but currently anything that's not producing food is a real problem. In fact, to the extent, clear that crop and put peas on at the end. Anything that produces food for us. I think I'm definitely going to buy food this year if we have the opportunity to. Make a cup of tea. Excellent. Well, tea will definitely help you with the all the things, I believe. Empires have been built on it. Let's see what this other merchant's got for us. You return with tea and shortbread. That's almost civilized, sir. Right, you have to kill a world to get it though, so that balances it out. Right. I'm going to buy all this tallow because I'll always pick tallow up when I can. I want to expand our soap making industry as one of the next industries we expand, because without soap, disease spreads, and that's a real problem. Sell more of our honey. There we go. There's not actually really anything else we want from him at the moment. I mean, for giggles, we could buy the pelts. We'd be slightly overpaying for them. But I wonder if we're actually overusing pelts now. Pelts. Yes. So with all the new armor and things we're doing. So you know what? Let's see if we can buy the pelts from him. And then sell off the last of the clothing and So we're selling off some of the swords. We're making a lot more weapons than we were before. You know, stuff it. We'll just buy all of that meat and just hope we can smoke it fast enough. How much money has he got left? 6. Part of the challenge we've got is we're not producing much meat for our farms at the moment because we have not got a large enough number of cattle. Yes. We need to build more housing as well. Let's anything else we want from him? I don't think so. Also, I'm going to actually put our willow back to our town storage because we're now using it to make baskets, which are a higher value item. Trying to get some gold together because we're going to need to spend it all when we finally get a trader that's going to sell us chickens. We should also help with the food situation a little bit. Hey Wex, how far are we into the frontier? Your stream says it's Friday, long week. Yes, so 1 sec. Apologies. Yes, this is a make-up for last Friday, where I didn't actually get to stream, and we'll be doing some Farthest Frontier on Frontier Friday tomorrow as well. So this is a catch-up stream. I would very much like to see this number go up by a lot. The amount of food in stores. We now have 2 smelteries. Doing a pretty good job of producing iron ingots. We'll free him to go and work somewhere else. Until we have chickens, there's no point in working. Oh, hang on. Ah. Son of a goat herder. See, the thing is, if I ask them to bring chickens, they will, but then I'm going to be stuck paying a massively higher price for them. How many cows are we off to a year? You know what? It might actually pay us to buy the cows. Come on, please tell me you're getting the candles. Ah! Right, got the candles. Sell those. That'll do. Sorry, I think I got to the mute button fast enough there, but apologies if you heard the start of a coughing fit there. Do apologise. Right. Let's get that cow over there. And we can get 2 or 3 more. That will up our meat production really significantly. Oh, no. That is just wrong. Let's delete that build site. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, so that's a birth rate of nearly 3 a year. So even if we don't afford to buy another one, we should be slaughtering 3 cows a year over there now. Which should help our food stores stay a little bit higher. Why is our rat catcher just not doing their job? How rude. That chicken coop is ready to go as soon as we have the population for it. The population of chickens, that is. So it's an interesting balancing mechanic they've introduced is you can now request things to be brought to you, but you can only request one thing and you'll be massively overcharged for it. Defences. Let's put this other town gate in because we've done the other side of that now. Me only just remembering that was something we were going to do weeks ago. Pro gamer right here. Move that as a priority. So then we can build a shaft out here and we've got these walls that as our town gets bigger, and we will build more walls, I promise, we'll be able to put defensive towers here. So even if they break through the gate or break through the towers, I like to have cellular city walls. So the invaders waste a lot of time knocking walls down. More coal. Because then we could potentially put a couple of mines here, even for a year or two, and try and clear out that ore as quickly as we can. Because that's 558 there. How much does our mine pull out over here? 147. So 4 mines working for a year would clear that. Yeah, if they come from this way, it's ideal. As long as they don't look to the end of the wall, as long as they're really lazy raiders. Flankatrian's wall, let's hope the picks don't show up. I got plate mail armor now. We do have a small army. Let's tell them that's urgent as well. Ooh, this might be the first proof of concept for us for our trading. Because this was our basket industry. It's the first time we've had the opportunity to sell a shed load of baskets. Oh, they don't want to buy it, that's why. Numpty. Okay, so basket weaving's done okay for us. And finally, medicine making might pay for itself as well. That's exciting. I'm going to strengthen our food supplies because that's a really boring thing to do, but I think it's going to be worthwhile. There we go. Could we turn that medicine into something more useful? Actually, transfer the pottery back into our town storage. There you go. Got some additional heavy armor out of it. And some horses. Let's set the grazing area. I think that one might... Yeah, we'll get away with that one anyway. There we go. 2 forts defending the centre now. And anyone can walk into the centre, but, you know, let's not be too picky about it. Yeah, that massively strengthens our food supply. So food supply is important for 2 things. One is that it means we don't starve, which is, you know, always good. the other is that if we've got sufficient oversupply of food, we're more likely to get more villagers, which we desperately need. Although we desperately need to do some more building as well. I wouldn't normally sell our heavy tools this low, but I'd quite like to empty his coffers. And that extra flour should keep for a while in our silos, which will take a little bit of the pressure off elsewhere. Also, let's not have all our horses die because I'm an idiot. There we go. There we go. Feed stores are up. We've slowly get the birth rates up, hopefully. We've got some more root vegetables. Well, that's the first for a while. We have not got sufficient housing. You know, I've already changed my mind about that. We do need to get housing built quickly. Let's slow this down a bit. Where can we build housing? May have to build another market here. Hey Tom, how are you, my friend? Lovely to have you here. Right. Right, there's medicinal roots in here I really don't want to develop over. And the willow bush is the basis for one of our biggest export industries at the moment. Hopefully this will almost immediately upgrade as well. But we'll see. Go on. Before winter comes. There we go. So we can do a little bit more development here with housing. There we go. Dealing with flu, but otherwise good. Enjoying week 3 of the new work. That's awesome, dude. Hey, Puncher of Kittens says, you like onion leek pie with mash and gravy? Don't think I've ever just had onion and leek, but sounds okay. Don't actually know if it will let me do that, but we'll soon find out. If this building doesn't work, then we know. Punch of Kitten says, watch you play this game seems a bit like Anno. I've not really played any Anno, despite owning a copy. But I would say it's like Banished if the developer finished what they had in mind for Banished. So you can either have it with raids or not. And it's just a medieval city builder, or hamlet builder in my case. Yeah, maybe with chicken, yes. Jam, I like pie. Have you ever had Bridie's jam or Bell's pies? I'm hoping to get up to Scotland in a few weeks, and one of the things I'm most excited about is going to a butcher's and a baker's and getting some actual pies. I have not, but I believe one of the first conversations we had was about good Scottish meat pies. You know, Jem, I've known you for long enough now. I may have to, bearing in mind the first things I'm sending you, which you don't know what they are yet, I might have to send an apology pie. I need to double our soap industry. And probably get another 10 or 15 houses up, although... that might deal with itself in a few moments. I know that it's technically not food until it's made into something, but it would be lovely if they showed the amount of grain that you have in stock, like the amount of buckwheat and wheat, and also flour in stock in the food bit, as as I spend my time panicking about how much we have. Also, where's the hay being stored? I've only just thought about that now, and does that mean that I haven't built a thing? There's a Cooper. Alright, well, it doesn't look like there's a specific building unless I'm missing something, so it's being stored in our warehouses. Right, okay. That is good and also terrible. It's good it's being stored somewhere. It's terrible that we're probably going to have to build warehouses somewhere else. Preferably in range of one of our forts. Could go for. I hope this pie helps you get over that unfortunate case of anthrax poison you've come down with this chat. Saw how these plays lose. Thank you. Take a while to get the rest of that fencing done, but there you go. There we go. That's a bit better set. So we're slowly getting our everything together for our new cavalry. Our chicken coop is not quite there yet. How much are we actually making medicine-wise a year? 24. Villagers being sickened with bone fractures. Oh. They are working down to pit. Stirrups and horseshoes, tackle and fodder. Horseshoes, not horse hose. That's something completely something else entirely. Yes. We could do with another largish field down here. How are we doing for coal? I think we're just consuming as much. Oh, raiders are approaching. Well, we have some pretty good soldiers here. Gold Company are mostly armed with plate armor at this point. Mainly thanks to us spending an absolute fortune on buying plate armor. And I think the Hound Company are... also mostly wearing plate armor. So I think the default that you were making before were heavy infantry. So we now have the choice of light infantry. Can equip weapons, hauberks and shields. Archers can equip bows, crossbows, hauberks and carry additional arrows. Pikemen, specialist melee defense and heavy infantry. What do we actually have in stock, weapons-wise? That seems like not right. Hang on. Okay. There's a very good chance these raids are just going to take everything we have. Because we've just dropped 1,000 gold off of this building site. We've... One of our... Right, we also need to fence off the fields around here as well. Hang on, I'm pausing for a second to do the fencing thing, because otherwise I'll forget. But... Okay. Right. I am actually trying to keep our rate. Our people working. Oh no, that's us being raided now. 133 raiders. Time to call them in. Come on. Two raids have been killed already. I suppose that tower has the high ground and they're being attacked by light infantry. Give us a snake oil. That will surely cure that broken bone. Oh. Holy cow, that's a lot of arrows coming from the... Alright, that might have been a good investment. 35 raiders killed. So you rang the bell in Age of Empires, right? Oh, there's more raiders coming from the other direction. 70 raiders were halfway through killing them. Oh, one of our pikemen just got out and started fighting. So I could say this defensive position, but no. Young flanker decided he'd go out and stab him with his massive wooden stick. I'm going to unring the bell because the problem with raiders isn't just the initial raiding. It's that 109 of them got killed there. It's the pulling productivity off your farms, which is a real problem. Here. I'll hold him up for a wee second, see if the hunter can get him. Oh, boys, get him. There we go. I'll do. Elra the hunter is out of arrows, so she's chasing after the last of the barbarians with an axe. They approach for the non-wall end, right? How dare.
ITSDR placebo cheered X2. Say old chap, I think those raiders meant to do you harm.
I think they
failed
did
miserable.
indeed. Apologies, I think you may be catching the... No, the bat phone notifications in the background, so apologies. I didn't get away with much. have we got any... I'm going to turn one of these off for now, just so we can use the pop elsewhere, because we did spend quite a lot of money on filling our stores with flour. Apparently we're low on builders.
Lazowis cheered X1. Can't good raiders these days. I remember the days of Sir Daft. Raider extraordinaire. Beat them so hard he had so many tears that he made beverages out of it.
Which reminds me, the Raiders Tears beer mats will be available at shop.gaming.buzz from this Saturday, I think. Yeah, it was an extra diner there, and or he was a mercenary, worked for extra dinars. Text-to-speech really hasn't worked out which of the above. There we go. We've got fencing going around our fields now as a fairly big bit of work, but should mean that we'll start to see our population boom for our barn, which should mean more milk, more waste, which is useful because that then goes onto our fields and improves fertility, and also more meat as well. All right, we've got one a year for our stable at the moment. Doesn't look like there's an upgrade for a path for our stable, and we could really do with getting chickens, and I'm almost at the point of offering to pay extra for them. Ooh, that's pretty neat. Blacksmiths and armories work 20% faster. Well, first things first. I'll buy and transfer all of the stone she has. Also going to buy all of the iron bars that she has as well. And I'm going to buy all the tools that she has. We may have to build ourselves a second apothecary shop, because we're not actually producing that much medicine. Although I wonder how much of that is limited by our glass production. Soul says, did you know that update requires restart? Again, yes. Yes, I did. It's still something I don't take pay. You oh my. Tell them I don't want them to store arms and armor outside of our city vaults. I was tempted to try and buy that magic item that would have given us all the extra production, but yes. I think we're actually in a pretty good state though for a lot of our industry. What in the... Why? No, why? What? No. Come on. Salvage that and that. Okay, that's better. I was going to check our bakery to see if that's working as well, wasn't I? I think that's just a lack of flour. I think it is actually working as a building. Do we just give up and overpay for chickens? Only Flake would build a road, then get upset and wonder how he got there. Yeah, I couldn't see where it was going to build because the trees were in the way. Just pay the man for his damn chickens. Okay. I'll advertise that I'm willing to put out for large amounts of... Yes, we overpaid. Then we mug the seller on the way out of the village and get more chickens and all of his money. Excellent. Dangerous roads out there. You might fall down a hole. Lots of bandits we hired. All in the fog. Nasty accident. Talking of nasty accents, let's how negatively are you lot going to feel about this? In fact, let's... I'm trying to work out is if we can fairly quickly is maybe not it, but empty out this coal pit so we can then build more housing out this way. We also definitely need more spare housing. So make sure we don't damage the medicinal roots. No one wants to live anywhere near a soap shop. It's bad enough walking past a lush, but coal mine or after school activity? Well, between this and Frostpunk, you two can decide. It's Lex and FG's anniversary. Is it really? Wow, that went past quick. Also before school. What's school? Asked Physics. School is where we learn to eat crayons. No, you don't eat them. You make the wax into candles at your midday school club. Come on, who will think of the economy? That's good. Our hay stores are looking pretty reasonable. Even with the extra smoking building, we're really actually struggling to keep on top of preserving our fresh meat supply. There you go. 1,360 meat produced by our farm. From culling, I think, 3 animals. That went by so fast.
Space.
They were so health conscious back there, they had whole houses set aside for smokers. So progressive, yes. Does... We're trialing having a social life this year, chat, and turns out it takes quite a lot of your time up to go and see people, but I do actually need to go and see FG and Lex and go for lunch or something soon. I think the last time I actually saw them in person was November? I am in that part of the world in the beginning of May. Seeing people, I know, Jem. When friends travel from abroad and say, well, we'd really like to see you while you're here. Well, but... Well, people IRL, in person, making air sounds, I know. You are also on that list, Harry, that we should really meet up for a pint. Because now my most restrictive contract is over. I can see people. People would be spied on from the first floor window between curtains and narrowed eyes. I know just the pub that you can do that from, Jem. Well, if you found yourself in South Wales, sir, I would happily take you to a bar where you can spy on people from above. In fact, there are 2. If you're in this neck of the woods, I'll go for a pint. We will have to see if that can be arranged, sir. Oh my word, that is okay, so we did some test orders for some products. That is the jankiest. What? Why? So it looks like how do I share a photo of this? One moment. The end result is some things that will be on Gaming Buzz and things that will be and some articles hopefully by one of our talented editors on Gaming Buzz talking about creating products for creators. As part of that, we've designed and had like test prints done with a variety of manufacturers of all sorts of things, some of which will be able to share soon, some of which are going to take a wee bit longer. One of the things is vinyl stickers. It was something the community requested, so happily decided to try and facilitate that. And the jankiest, obviously this particular manufacturer prints stickers on a roll. And then obviously got to the end of one roll of the paper that they're printing stickers on, and we're like, well, I could just give them a separate roll, or what I could do, apparently, is just connect the rolls using one of the products we've made for this person and sold them. And, yes, we'll just do that. I'll put some stickers in the pictures. Sorry, pictures in the pictures channel, but what in the yeehaw is this? Words are hard. Oh. Hang on. So honey's meant to be medicinal, right? And mead is made of honey. Therefore, that's an excuse for me to drink some mead, right? Right? That is scientifically accurate, say Soul. Well, plan's not here to stop me, so one moment. Technically, alcohol is a solution. I mean, yes. There we go. Flanker is the king of Spee. We did not elect the king of Spee. Why is he speaking? Oh dear. Oh, well, looks like we're about to overpay for some chickens. And, sell as much beer as we can lay our hands on. Right. It's going to take a while before this is worthwhile. And have we now got our fencing's up? Why are there still cows just wandering around? Any chance that you guys could, put them in the fenced enclosure we just spent a fairly large part of the GDP of our entire village to build? Any chance at all? Pretty awesome the hay's going there as well. Because that should mean we're not using as many turnips and stuff for the roughage for their food, hopefully. That is rather lovely mead. What is it again? The mead is Hive Mind's Wye Valley traditional mead, and I still have another bottle that Sherlock Swalms bought for me while he was over here in November, which is a Ukrainian honey mead, which is much darker, which I'm rather looking forward to as well. But I think I will actually replace this bottle when it runs out. Yes, that looks like the right URL. Give me a second, I'll check by clicking on it as well. So, I believe maybe marginally cheaper. Sorry, my multitasking today, as you may or may not be able to hear, is those stickers I was on the roll. I'm cutting them off the roll and trimming them. Yes, that is the one. The Golden Fork winner 2023. There you go. It is delightful. And I've been having I have quite a high alcohol tolerance, therefore I don't actually tend to drink. But I've been having a wee dram of it every now and again. Makes up most of my alcohol intake this year is drinking the most of that bottle. And I think there is a cheaper place to buy it from as well. And somewhere you can support the stream. And I've already got a basket going for. I would never. Give me a moment. I might actually set that up on a command. There you go, Harry. Masters of Malt, who I've bought whiskey from before. It's £7 less. What are your thoughts on Moniac's mead? Had it, love it, and curious. I don't think I've had it. Hang on. Not me setting up a basket of mead now. Trying to get a bottle of it. Dark and lovely at room temperature or chilled. Ooh. Hang on. I'm actually going to check out because no one's here to stop me. Ah, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bottles of mead in my cart. Which I still have, looking behind me, I still have alcohol on my shelf from when I got married. In fact, I've got alcohol on my shelf from since well before I got married. Sorry, coughing fit. Clearly I need more mead. Right. I have ordered more mead. Including the Moniac mead you suggested, Harry. And most of that will probably exist in another 10 years. But still. I too am ordering mead. Yeah, I'm looking forward to trying it, so I'll always happily take a recommendation from you. I wish there was a way you could cultivate willow or herbs. I know it was a bit beardy before because, for those that have played Farthest Frontier for a while, you used to be able to go around and pick up, I think it was blueberry bushes, and plop them anywhere you fancied. So you'd end up with cultivated areas by uprooting bushes and moving them a bit closer, which I thought was actually quite a nice mechanic. But we're not going to be able to build a house there, so we may as well build the well there. And we do have a well here. It's not like there's no wells nearby. A new merchant has arrived. Excellent. Well, that is a far cheaper price for us to buy chickens or cockerels. There we go. Right. Birth rate now 6 a year. Might be tempted to set up another. Like back to back with this, maybe? What do you reckon? Well, that will push the boar away. But if we're getting eggs from this, then it's less of a problem that we're not getting eggs from this. Well, that's unfortunate. I'll have a look at that in a wee second. We need to improve the desirability there. In the meantime, let's get fencing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's only too wide. There we go. So I think for us, reeds and medicinal herbs are protected, or medicinal roots, sorry. The patch of herbs, we've got a little bit more freedom to deal with as we want. How's our iron ore looking here? Still masses available. Yeah, basically we'll consume as much as we can produce of coal, by the looks of things. Oh, damn, they just left. Never mind. Okay, that abandoned house. Let's have a look at it. Right, that desirability is dropped because of the coal mines behind it. Which we can do a little bit about, but a coal mine is still a coal mine. I'm not really sure how much prettying up we can do about it. That's kind of neat, though. We seem to be doing okay here at getting our smelting production done. 283 combined. Sorry, 380 combined there and 320 there for our production, which is helping our tax revenue no end. And what we made here, 12 heavy weapons, 2 heavy tools. Sorry, we made 3 heavy weapons. 3 weapons, 8 tools, and 3 heavy tools. This one's made 6 tools, 2 weapons, 1 heavy weapon, and 1 heavy tool. And then here we've got 5 shields, 3 halberds, and 3 plate mail armor. So hopefully our soldiers are looking pretty well equipped. And our food's looking a lot better. And considering a lot of the upgrades require you to have multiple types of food. So mouse over here. In fact, those are all manners already. So this one. So they need to have 3 different food types and have a desirability of over 85%, and either have furniture or glassware. So that's why we've been buying the fish, because the fish and the meat give us 2 different types of food. The grain gives another one, or the vegetables, and also having some fruit or nuts also help. We are running low on clay again, though, so if we can, buying more would be great. If not, we'll have to put people down the clay pits again, or into the clay pit. And we'll put some oaks around it to provide a wee bit of shelter there as well. Toss people into the clay pit is a bit harsh in my opinion. The children yearn for the mine, says Jam. I mean, if Jam says it, it must be true. We could honestly probably do with another person on the wagons. Villagers need clothing, but surely not. Surely they could be streaking. They have to put a tannery up somewhere. We need 335 hide coats, 57 linen clothes, and 59 shoes. Suddenly, right now, that's what we need. Well, looks like we're going to be pushing some more production then. How many hides are we producing? Usable goods. Under agriculture, maybe pelts. There we go. We're consuming way more than we're producing. Bad words. Oh, that's a merchant. Right, well, first things first, let's take your money off you. It's actually almost tempting at that price to sell some of our stockpiles of tallow. We actually do need to find some way of getting stone. We have used through all of our mega rock. I don't actually see anywhere for a quarry. none of these are good long-term solutions. I'm just telling our labourers to go harvest some stone. Ooh, 10 livestock animals born. Holy cow, it's going to be a bumper year. So we've got 7 horses. And more chickens. Right, we're going to actually have to split this flock, though. Is there anything else worth buying from him? There we go. We've taken most of his money off him, and we've also acquired ourselves a wee bit of extra food. That'll do. I'll do a beer for fish swap here, I think. There we go. I can see another merchant coming up this way, so with a bit of luck we'll be able to take some gold from them as well. Right, put a few more housing. So I want to pause it to make sure we didn't lose anything. That is a ridiculously high price for clay that we may actually have to pay. Alright, first things first. Let's take your money. just about doing okay on food at the moment. That's making hay this year. Actually, our weed level's low enough. I'm going to take out the double weeding. Is that hay next year? Yes, it is. This might be... May not help our fertility that much here. 100 turnips and some peas have been lost due to heat stress, which is probably my fault. Right. I am building more housing, honest gov. Not me trying to rinse the merchant for every penny they have. There we go. Now the excess we can sell back. Oh, we can't. Ah, well, we'll hold on to 13 beer we actually paid for. But we should be able to get this gold out of this merchant by selling some of our other items that we have. And we've got more time to get his gold from him than we had from the Iron Clan here. Let's also transfer some of the gold to the town storage, so we can get on with the building projects that the gold's holding us up on. And that 2,000 gold should get all of that built, hopefully. Okay, we should have enough housing already being built to cover the new people that have just joined us. I think we can let him go with 2 gold in his pocket. I think we might actually send out some troops to go and deal with that barbarian camp nearby. See if we can get that together. So you tax the merchants of the goods they're bringing into your territory as the local lord. Well, technically, we're not really letting them leave with any gold. Our biggest problem right now is we need a vast quantity of stone that we just don't have. For yes, it's going to be 3 years before we get meat out of the chicken coops again. I don't really want meat from the our horses. We want is cavalry from our horses. I reckon we could get 4 cavalry out of that. So I'm going to get this built, see if we can get the 4 cavalry out of it, and then if we can, we'll go and attack the barbarian camp. My first question is, why Farthest Frontier Friday on a Thursday? Translates, because we're so far off the frontier, we're on the wrong day. Indeed. Because it's last Friday. This is technically last Friday's Farthest Frontier stream. And I actually owe 2, I think I owe 1 or 2 sessions of City of Gangsters as well. So there's an extra long Farthest Frontier stream, and there'll still be another 2-hour one, I think, tomorrow. Wow, that was spendy. Well, Tyria is off, running to mount their steed. Oh, they're mounted. Also, look at that. Horse armor. No extra cost. Says we have 93 labourers. Okay, it is summertime and the weather is fine. I like the military companies window. That's cool. Let's go and get some combat experience then. Ooh, you could change company banners. That's kind of neat. I wonder if there's modding involved in that I can do. Right. Not disband. Predator attacking. Stealth aliens are bad news. Well. Hey. The world's smallest cavalry charge, but we have lancers. Sorry, just pausing over. They look pretty cool, actually. And then behind them, we've got our pikemen, our archers, and our heavy infantry. This might go very poorly, but it's the first time we've had anything that's been even vaguely approaching an army. All right, you lot. Go on. Charge! We'll send the cavalry after their archers. Not a bad price for preserved food. Tribute to fallen kings. Luxury goods last longer. Raider encampment defeated. Raider encampment has been conquered in addition to the spoils of war. Future Raider activity has been delayed for the next 12 months as they recover from this defeat. We got 409 gold ingots, 200 smoked meat, hide coats, weapons, shields, hauberks, and crossbows. And we got Targo's hammer. The blacksmiths and armories work 20% faster. We got that from the raids encampment. That was absolutely worth doing. Targo's hammer can go straight into our temple. Well done. All our companies can return to barracks. It also means we can harvest resources and expand our fields in this direction as well. And bury our dead. Ooh, there's some reasonable sized rocks there.
ITSDR placebo cheered X1, say Raiders, I think that Flanker meant to do us harm.
Yes, I did. And yes, we did, in fact, manage to do them harm. Lots of deer. There's rock over that way as well. How many of our troops do we lose in that fight? Because they're all of our troops are probably wearing 1,000+ gold's worth of gear on them. I think we might have lost an archer in that. From that company. From this company, we lost no one. And we didn't lose any of our knights either. Although we didn't get much combat experience of veterancy from that. I have to go and pick some more fights. Oh, I know how we can pick a fight. Whenever you start excavating in one of the ruins, you tend to have an attack come. Is there a view where I can see through the trees? Those just notifications. Possibly not. I think there's enough out here to make it worthwhile us putting a small village. Apologies, coughing fit there. Doesn't really matter what the price is. We need to get as much stone as we can. That should allow us to do a wee bit more building now. There you go. That's most of his money away. And we'll transfer the balance into the town storage. It's actually a really good price for the preserved goods. I suppose we could sell 300. There we go. Managed to take most of his gold off him and have done okay out of the trades as well. And we can afford then to just buy all of that fish. Put it into the public stores. We do seem to be only seeing 2 traders a year at the moment, though. Ah, he says as a third trader arrives. Excellent. Well, that's pretty cheap for armor, actually. Increased duration of shoes, linen, clothes, and coats by 20%. Feels like that could be a useful thing to do. There we go. Right. Right, time to jump off. Good luck, chaps. Thank you for coming and hanging out, Gem. Always appreciated. Sorry, I was a bit late in realising my chat had stopped scrolling. Enjoy your stream, sir. And if you're not already following Nomadic Jam, you definitely should do it. Twitch.tv/Nomadic Jam. Right. Are we meant to have some CK3 soon, I think? One moment. Let's see where we are on our timetable. Right, so we're playing at 7:30. So, I tell you what we will do is we'll save this up here. And potentially let's put some music on there. Nope. There we go. Right, what we'll do is we'll do a quick changeover, and on between this, our Farthest Frontier stream, and our Crusader Kings 3, which will start in about an hour, we'll maybe go back to another thing that I'm maybe partially addicted to. Also going to grab a quick drink. I'll be back in just a few moments. If you're watching on YouTube, there'll be a new stream going up in the next few moments, which you can, if you can hit the like, subscribe, and the notification icon if you want to keep up to date with all the streams we're doing. And the liking and subscribing helps more than you would know, so it was always much appreciated. If you're watching on Twitch, just bear with me just a few moments, and I'll do the changeover in 1 or 2 moments.